Proctor Exactant, Solomorne Anthar, I greet you on behalf of the Adeptus Arbites. Thank you for responding to my request, Rogue Trader. I am here on the orders of Marshal Strax to ask for your help. We are in pursuit of a tithe thief. We must board the thief's ship, execute the heretic for his crimes, and return the sacred tribute to the protection of the Adeptus Arbites. The reward for your assistance in this matter will be the thief's frigate, the Heartless, which we will capture in the course of the mission. I hear the words of the true heir of Lady Theodora, and the promise of swift retribution against heretics. Your predecessor made a formal alliance with us. She provided us with a headquarters on Dargonus and supported us in the collection and guarding of the Imperial tithe on several occasions. We, in turn, assisted Lady Theodora in enforcing the law on the worlds under her control. From Rycat Minoris, the tithe ship departed shortly before the world fell and has not been in contact since. Our investigation revealed that the ship was plundered and destroyed. I already know the name and approximate location of the culprit. I did, and I was rebuffed. As Rogue Trader Winterscale rightly pointed out, from the moment of the tithe's collection, responsibility for it transfers to the Adeptus Arbites. He also noted that the loss of a world is not an inconsiderable detriment to his protectorate, and he has no intention of expending resources to recover something that no longer belongs to him. Under similar circumstances in the past, our arrangement would have obliged us to turn to Lady Theodora. She was a key figure in supporting the Lex Imperialis and the Koronus Expanse. It is not for me to judge the Emperor's anointed, not least when I cannot fault his reasoning. Marshal Strax is not in Dargonus at present, so he appointed me to speak on his behalf. Time is of the essence when there is a heretic to catch. I am sure he will present himself to you as soon as he returns to your capital world. The ship was not lost, it was stolen. If breaking the law were an impossibility, there would be no Adeptus Arbites. In the Calixis sector, our forces would have caught up with that heretic by now and brought him to justice, but the arbitrators here do not have such resources. However, we can still requisition vessels, but there is no ship on footfall with augurs powerful enough to track down the heretic. Your flagship, on the other hand, boasts advanced technology and impressive firepower. I assure you, if there were a suitable vessel at the docks, I would not be troubling you with this matter. Resources that every world is under obligation to relinquish for the good of the Imperium. In the case of Rycat Minoris, they include the ceramite and explosive reagents produced on Rykadi Philia, armor glass, medical supplies, and guardsmen, a living tithe to be recruited into the regiments of the Astra Militarum. Cargo like that is particularly dangerous in the hands of heretics, as it can be easily converted into wealth or used for military purposes. Do not mistake, this is an attempt at bargaining, but I promise you, if you agree to help us, you will see how truly impressive Galato is in action. I suggest we move to a more private location where we can provide you with the case files. Captain Sargona and his flagship, the Heartless, are concealed in Mundus Novis. The exact location can only be determined with your ship's augurs when we enter the system. The Heartless is escorted by a small flotilla. You'll need to neutralize it in order to capture the frigate. Arbites strike teams will land on the upper deck, while your boarding party handles the remaining bays. My squad of arbitrators will take on the most difficult and dangerous part of the operation. The ultimate goal is to capture the captain's bridge and interrogate and execute Sargona. The Heartless is the enemy flagship. It has been corrupted with inhuman technology, but you have the necessary resources to purge it of Xenos filth and make it serve the Imperium once more. Even if you don't wish to own a ship previously crewed by pirates, you will have prospective buyers lining up to take it off your hands. I'm no expert on ships, but when I questioned the captains on Footfall about the Heartless, they were almost salivating as they listed its virtues. I do not have the power to choose my assignments, Rogue Trader. However, if the mission is successful, the Marshal is unlikely to refuse to deploy me as your escort. What I am offering is the coordinates of your future trophy and a team of arbitrators to help you take the vessel. You will be enriched, and you will be continuing the alliance formed by Lady Theodora with the Adeptus Arbites. It is for you to judge the value of this opportunity. Out of the question. The tithe is inviolable and belongs to the Imperium. No faithful servant of the Emperor would dare take any part of the sacred tribute. Stein, transfer the latest data. Bryce, hologram. This one has the complete file. He is a former privateer and a fugitive psyker. At one time, he was involved in the cold trade and the supply of Xenos mercenaries, but his pirate habits got the better of him, and he started robbing his associates. Now, even among the criminal rabble, he is known as a nasty piece of work. Something of an achievement, you will agree. Sargona is cunning, cruel, and unpredictable. Shortly after the fall of Rakadmanoris, I questioned the Liege of Footfall. He supplied me with exhaustive information about Sargona and his ship, and gave the arbitrators full access to the docks. I suspect Takara's compliance stems from some bad blood between him and Sargona. Scum-eating scum. Nothing new there. As you wish. The task is relatively simple. Kill all enemies we encounter, and not let them kill us. Sargona must be taken alive for questioning, but I and my team will handle that. There is one other thing. The following call signs will be used for Vox communication during the mission. You will be RT1, and I will be DX1. I also request you use Arbite sign language throughout. Non-verbal commands are faster than speaking and will allow us to catch our target unawares. Here is a short list. DX1 means I'm in command of the Delta Xi squad. It's one of our standard designations for strike teams in the Expanse. RT1 is you, the rogue trader and leader of the Rho Theta squad. For a short mission like this one, these identifiers should suffice. In a tactical assault, the shorter the call sign, the lower your chances of getting shot while you're saying it. But so be it, Emperor's Eagle. Good. Do you have any further questions? No. I'm still on mission, and in your absence, my subordinates and I will be checking weapons and finalizing tactics for the assault. In other words, we will be wholly occupied with preparations. Acknowledged. Sargona is already dead. He just doesn't know it yet.
Miss your chance, Elan Tuck.
box down your throat next time. Yes, this area's clear.
Victory awaits!
Is this the car we have to take for the dead father? Ah! Barely enough for a mighty wolf to sink one fang into!
Oh. I won't tolerate weakness.
My success is an irrefutable certainty. The machine code grants me insight. Has detected something. This explorator is blessed with multi-functionality. Success is an irrefutable certainty. Operation successful.
Halt! I noticed something. Something of interest. I did fine.
Another cruise deck under my boots. The flare of emergency lights. It has been a spell since I last went on a boarding mission. Why, I feel a decade younger.
This mortal is blessed with multifunctionality.
It's about time.
I am your shadow.
We shall prevail.
Take a knee and bow before me.
I will level you!
Here we go. When Fenris is in battle, oceans bleed.
I'm here, maggots!
That's all you've got.
Let's get to it.
Throw take you. So it shall be. Would in disgrace. The wolf is on the hunt. Runes out of your bones! See how die in disgrace! The fame-hungry come! Comes play!
The other side awaits.
I will carve runes out of your bones!
The undying Emperor whispers his will, saying, "It brings me no pleasure." As honor or death is a blessing. As the tenets demand. The shadows will come. The other side awaits. I shall not fail.
Not a problem for me.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake. I need a foothold.
Out of my way! You bite like a paw! Wolves reign! None can do this better than a wolf of the old father. Wolves reign! Die in disgrace! Ha! By claw and fang, the foe will be torn asunder! I will carve runes out of your bones! See how the wolf succeeds! I hunger for battle.
Trust me, death is a blessing. As honor ordained. 1 foe or 100. I will kill them all. I cannot serve you in this way.
I shall not fear! Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes.
At your beck and call. Someone else can do this.
Not a problem for me. All too easy.
For von Valancius. Indeed. One fewer target.
Will your father take your sight or your mind?
Is his will. Let the blood-spun web stretch across its bowels. Let it sever the apostate's threads.
A correlation between the function of void ship systems and their contact with organic fluids exists only in this laywoman's agitated consciousness. The machine gun grants me insight.
Doubt is for the weak. I tire of idleness, let's move. I stand as recognition. They say a little bit of humility never hurt anyone. I help others better than
Take
sin.
heed, rogue trader.
I did fine. Victory awaits!
The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I?
Something of interest. Done. What is that? We need to investigate.
This ship has potential. Once we refit the hull, replace the officers, and make a few other changes here and there, it won't be so bad at all.
Matters. Done.
Irrefutable certainty.
I do what I must. Just as he ordained.
Operation successful.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I'll check the perimeter. Sweeping the area. The Emperor's justice guides me. What is your command? The Lex prevails. Swift.
I will level you!
judgment is final. Directive accepted. Understood. Executing order. Directive accepted. Directing. Future. Understood. Executing order. That goes outside the mission parameters. Directive accepted. Understood. Executing order. Red priority. Directive accepted.
Moving into position. Let's test our skills, Glato. One of us would be enough. Accepted.
Can't to slaughter someone.
There are no innocents.
Hold on.
Let's get to it.
For the guilty! Understood. Executing order. Directive. Understood. Execute. Directive accepted.
Let's test our skills, Glato. We were trained to act as one.
Need a little morale boost?
Ready to get back to duty.
Heed your cries of mercy!
So shall it be. In disgrace! Our foes reek of cowardice. So it shall. I will carve runes out of your bones. None can do better than a warrior.
I will not die in dishonor. The shadows will see me. It brings me no pleasure. I will will leave footprints of scarlet. Caught by the weapon, the other side awaits. I shall not fail. As honor ordains. Trust me.
Of the Lex!
One of us would be enough. Waste of time. Rejected. Even my dog wouldn't do that.
My place is at the fore. At your beck and call. I took care of this one. One fewer target.
Activate calculus fury algorithm. The spiritual prognosis is favorable. My vow is to stargate bedrock value. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
Let's get to it.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Another scar for my collection. The guilty will fall. Understood. Executed. The order is clear. Yes.
Out my way. Hold on. Let's get to it. Here we go. Let's make it quick. So it shall die in disgrace.
Aim for the heart next time. I bring mercy in retribution. Death is a blessing. As honor ordained. Let the blood of the wicked be shed as thou hast willed.
I will do my duty. At your beck and call.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. The machine god grants me insight.
Greetings, Rogue Trader. I would like to report that Glato and I have finished our initial inspection of the upper decks. The list of infractions ended up being 5 pages shorter than expected. I'm beginning to worry that a servant of the Lex might have little to occupy himself with aboard your ship. We are servants of the God Emperor's law, made manifest in the Lex Imperialis. The Adeptus Arbites uphold order on the scale of the Imperium and bring merciless punishment to offenders. The most significant ones. Beyond the Expanse, the Arbites not only enforce tithe collection, but also ensure that every planet obeys his law and that the Imperium's authority remains unchallenged. Corrupt governors, crime syndicates, rebels. Not a minute goes by without some parasite trying to take a bite out of the Imperium. We destroy any who dare trespass against the law. Unless said man's innocence has been previously established, such as during an investigation. In any other scenario, murder is just a common disturbance. My intervention is only required in the case of an attack on an administratum functionary or some other important figure. Then, I must take measures. However, if I have an assignment to carry out, I will ignore any distracting factors. The duties of the Arbites are above everyday crime. We collect the tithe that feeds the military might of the Imperium and sustains its authority over many worlds. To be bogged down in trivialities is to commit a criminal waste of time and resources that have been granted to us to serve the absolute of the law. Those are indeed the greatest threat to the Imperium, and I never leave a heretic I meet without a bullet lodged inside him. But such matters are primarily handled by other forces, which are influential enough so as not to be mentioned out loud without a reason. I am at your disposal. Quite far, which comes as an unwelcome surprise to many in the Expanse. The Arbites passed the sentence and carried it out summarily. Only the highest echelons of Terra and servants of the Inquisition and rogue traders here in the Expanse can expect the privilege of a trial. Planetary governors, nobility, clergy, to an arbitrator, they are all equal before the law. Testing me, are you? That is fine by me. The Lex Imperialis is both a code of law and the word of the God Emperor himself. For millennia, his decrees have been amassed and preserved on Holy Terra, in the Hall of Judgment, alongside the High Lord's orders. It is at once a titanic collection of edicts and a holy text. It does. Your capital world operates under the Lex Dargonus, formed over many generations of the von Valancius line. However, the Lex Imperialis is the final word in every debate. It stands above any legal directives a planet may have, for it comes from the Emperor himself. It would take longer than a lifetime to read through even a fraction of his law, but there are fundamental, integral prescripts that every arbitrator knows verbatim. These are the Injuncta Cardinal, inscribed on the walls of the Arbites precinct fortresses and etched into our ammo casings. We quote them as the indisputable truth and recite them like psalms as we charge into battle. As it should. The codes of the Lex Imperialis are my prayer, and I believe that every arbitrator's service is sacred, for it brings this imperfect reality closer to that inscribed in the Book of Judgment. Closer to the God Emperor's will. I'm listening. To collect and guard the tithe. That does not mean we ignore other violations of the Lex Imperialis. We simply act within the scope of our limited resources, the first of which being our small numbers. Here in the Expanse, many believe themselves to be too far from the civilized parts of the Imperium to have need of the law. The presence of the Adeptus Arbites helps to remind those people that the Lex Imperialis is in effect wherever there is at least one human being. I doubt such a word could ever be accurately used to describe an arbitrator, but there is some truth to your observation. Since we're not in combat, I permit myself to stand at ease, which is to say, I'm standing by on full alert. A rogue trader and an arbitrator. You have an interesting notion of normality. Well, I'll try not to disappoint you with my conversation skills. You prefer to have a better understanding of the people you travel with. That makes sense. Ask. Port Wander in Calixis. The gateway to the Expanse, a monumental station, always covered in ships and bursting at the seams from all the dealers, pilgrims, mercenaries, and criminals. Compared to Port Wander, Footfall is just a lifeless rock in the void. On Dargonus, Lady Theodora gave the top level of one of the spires over to the Arbites. A noble house used to occupy it, before it decided to stick its hand into the dynasty's coffers. By offering us such prominent lodgings, your predecessor both reinforced her ties to the Arbites and made an unambiguous gesture toward the nobility. She was a shrewd woman and unforgiving. I must admit, I was pleasantly surprised. I'd expected something far less civilized, given that the Koronus Expanse is on the outskirts of the Imperium. Instead, Dargonus may even compare to some Calixian worlds in status and stability. How? The short answer is the Schola Progenium. But I doubt you'd be satisfied with that. My father was an arbitrator, a good one, or else they wouldn't have found him in an alley filled with bullet holes. Someone who served with my father told me he was shot with 10 different weapons, and that he took at least 4 of the bastards down with him. I was sent to the Schola Progenium right after that, and the mentors there forged me into an arbitrator. I was an eager student, thanks to the example of unyielding duty and dignity my father set for me. The only thing I didn't need to borrow from him was hate. He didn't instill that. It was always with me. I never doubted that criminal vermin deserve only execution, but it was my father's death that truly crystallized my hatred, made it complete. No, I didn't want to. There was a time when I wasn't sure what to think of my father's death, or rather, I tried not to think at all. I didn't look into the case, or for any other reason, to go back to Port Wander. Arbitrators are never assigned to their homeworlds anyway. But when I was leaving Calixis, our ship spent several days docked at the station, and so I permitted myself to go to the spot where my father was killed. I stood there for a while, and nothing. I knew that another arbitrator would have already seen the investigation through. I had nothing left to do there. It's possible. He didn't speak much. Sometimes we went days without saying a word to each other. The only time he was talkative was when he was going through his cases at night. He would inform me in terse and simple words who had sold out and why, what depravities the heretics from the lower hive levels had committed, what base motives the workers had had for hanging their foremen. All I did was listen, watch, and think. That was enough. From what my father told me, she was a principled woman of poor health. She died in childbirth. Not having known her might be the sole regret of my life. It's all true. I am a second-generation arbitrator, and my father is as dead as it gets. I wonder if being killed in action runs in the family. I guess I should hold off until I have a kid. You should ask the Marshal. I got my assignment, and that is all I know. I assume it's due to my experience. Collecting tithes from worlds bordering on savagery, and where people haven't seen a living arbitrator in 3 generations, is a task best left to a veteran. This isn't banishment. Otherwise, the same would apply to the Marshal and all other arbitrators in the Koronus Expanse. We are here because the Imperium needs its tithe, and that's all there is to it. I suppose I have what you would call a proven and diverse track record. Investigations, rebel suppressions, punitive raids, dozens of completed operations. There was this one time. I was part of a raid on a gang of mutants. I excelled in battle, received an award, and was promoted to Proctor. That is all. I just hoped it would discourage you. I only know how to give a full and exact account, and this story about lost limbs and odious abominations, I wasn't sure if a rogue trader would appreciate having to listen to all that. Very well. That raid I mentioned was compromised. The enemy had been tipped off to our operation, and we had walked into a trap. Some mutants decided to chew my arm off. That was a mistake. Since I couldn't free myself, I pushed my hand down his throat, grabbed something inside, and used him as a shield. While the thing was gnawing on my bones and spraying me with ichor and my own blood, I opened fire on the rest of the scum. That little maneuver bought my unit a few critical seconds. Fortune has little to do with it. You have formed an alliance with the Arbites, just as your predecessor did. My presence here is only the expected result of your decisions. I am listening. You hear that, Glato? The rogue trader himself is asking about you. His serial number is GL80. Glato is easier to say in Gothic. Many give their cyber-mastiffs striking names like Slayer or Thunder. I'm fine with Glato. He mostly provides combat support. He is trained in both lethal and non-lethal ways of disabling a target, with the ability to analyze a situation and then decide on a course of action. Glato is a good tracker too, and he can spot basic evidence. He also knows over 100 commands. In general, he is more resourceful and diligent than most people I've met. Glato, ready! The frame is mostly metal, with armored plates covering the vital segments. The jaw is reinforced. Crunching a leg off is like tearing a hair out for him. I don't even know a tenth of all the things Glato is fitted with, but it's an impressive list to be sure. Take the sensors in his nose for one. A cyber-mastiff is like an odor analysis laboratory. Alright, that's that. Glato, attention. They range from kill and guard and the like, to more complex guard and patrol protocols. A protocol is a combination of behavioral patterns, which the cyber-mastiff follows according to the present situation. In other words, I don't have to control Glato all the time. He can adjust and react to the circumstances on his own. That is a useless command, Rogue Trader. A cyber-mastiff must always be in an advantageous position to attack the enemy. Glato can crawl or move stealthily if the situation calls for it, but regardless, he will not respond to someone else's order. As you wish. Generally, cyber-mastiffs have all aspects of their animal nature removed, but Glato is a special case. His submodel takes a dog's loyalty and instincts as a hunter and guard, and renders them absolute. He is neither a dog nor a servitor. He is something much more. A cyber-mastiff, a living weapon in service of the law. Glato is not a pet. He is an instrument of justice, as am I. I haven't had to so far. I do not spend time contemplating such things. It is a fruitless pastime at best. Him or any other weapon that lies in the hands of the law. Only my service to the Lex Imperialis determines the level on which I stand. Impossible. You found me out? Yes, I am 1/100% less indifferent than I let on. Correct. Both his training and his augmetics ensure that Glato only accepts orders from me or from my superior officers. Apart from having the obvious benefits, it also serves to prevent disarray on missions involving multiple cyber-mastiff handlers. I've never been a part of a rogue trader's escort before. That said, I adapt to change more quickly than you might think. And as long as Glato is with me, I can handle any transition. I must remind you that Glato is a living weapon. If you like the number of fingers you have, do not touch the dog. No? If I had a throne for every time I turned down a plea, I would have enough to buy your flagship. For your own preservation, drop this idea of yours. I am sure a rogue trader can afford the best implants. Have you decided to make an exception for the Emperor's anointed, Glato? Fine. Congratulations on your achievement, rogue trader. Glato has never allowed anyone to do that before. Glato is not a house pet, rogue trader. Trying to feed him will get you nowhere. He only eats out of my hands, and only at specific times. Strict training. It protects the cyber-mastiff against deliberate poisoning and other ill intents. Basically, don't waste your time or your meat. Sometimes I let him play with heretics' corpses. That was a joke. If you're asking about entertainment, that concept does not really apply to an Arbites dog. But I like to imagine that Glato is enthusiastic about training with me, that he enjoys running long distances at my side, and during target practice, he always seems eager to hear me give the attack order. Fine, let me satisfy your curiosity. I do have a special exercise that helps to sharpen Glato's hunting instincts. I take a few ammo casings and hide them in hard-to-reach places. One time, after a raid on a manufactorum, I gave him a whole abandoned workshop to run around in, but I also played a trick on him by throwing one casing onto a ceiling beam. Then it was Glato's turn to play tricks. He waited under the beam until I walked up to him, then he jumped onto my shoulders and climbed to the top. He cut my temple open with his claw and almost broke my clavicle, but he got the casing. The equipment needs to be sturdy. Glato is unstoppable when he's not holding back. Thank you. You know where to find me, rogue trader.
Victory awaits. None shall stand in my way.
State your intention.
It's about time. We need to investigate.
Operation successful.
Victory awaits! I did fine.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
I rise to the occasion.
An expected result.
Success was inevitable.
It's about time!
I cannot be leashed.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Operation successful.
die quickly.
Give me strength.
Glato, we're undertaking this task.
I'll do what it takes.
The fame-hungry come! Wolves reign! So shall it be. Disgrace! Wolves reign! None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father! The wolf is on the hunt.
Quick, quick!
An unworthy soul.
Indeed. At your beck and call. I took care of this one. I will do my duty.
I am not your secret. Another soul slipped beyond the veil.
Rust and stinking sons of trolls!
This tedium has been... I deal death with my hands. I understand your intent. I hear you moving. No more.
Suits my purposes. Forge ahead. Nothing I can't. You didn't stand a chance!
Function successfully terminated.
Hold the formation. Understood.
new challenge for me. Victory awaits! A new challenge for me? Follow my lead!
I've been branded. He tricks me. Gotta stop! I'm the master. Maeve, help! Maeve, I'm sorry.
I understand your intent.
I'll live another day.
I say bite of death!
One fewer target.
out of your bones! Die in disgrace! See how the wolf succeeds! So it shall be. I will carve runes out of your bones!
before me.
Give me strength.
This tedium has been... The weakness is hidden from my sight. If it serves your cause.
I serve the ruinous powers!
High momentum.
Understood. Let's test our skills, Glato. Guilty.
High momentum.
Arbitrator judges.
At your beck and call.
Pay with your blood in the name of Kel Shakain! I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
It will be done. I will do my duty. One fewer target. Victory is imminent. I took care of this one.
Momentum.
No matter the cost. I've seen worse battles than this in my time. It will be done. Fewer target. Follow my lead. At your beck and call, I took care of this one. Reduce to dust! Indeed. At your beck and call.
Nothing I can't do.
If it serves your cause, hear you moving no more. If I...
Mark the target.
Emperor, protect me.
Someone else can do this. I will do my duty.
Did you hope to see an Azuriani fail?
Of their glittering ruin.
dynasty.
to spare, Pascal?
Mortal is blessed with multifunctionality.
I'll lay claim to the stars. I rise to the occasion.
The machine god grants me insight.
None are better at searching.
I'll lay claim to the stars. A new challenge for me?
Rogue trader? Of course. Which part? I do not know. It was one of those tough situations where only time will tell how well you handled them. If I were in your position, I would take the prefect's evaluation in stride and learn from your painful experience on Dasara. Sometimes, life knocks the wind out of you in a way that can't be dodged, so it helps to learn how to take a hit. I'm not going to call the prefect's judgment into question, but you had to make a difficult decision, and you made it. You took responsibility. I appreciate such qualities in people. I was on a mission, not attending to pointless amusements. You are quite right, and I'm almost proud of it. What kind of arbitrator would stoop to idle revelry or throne forbid dancing? Very well. If you insist, let me think about it one more time. The wine smelled like wash. The imposter hunt was a plot. I failed to see anything appealing there. And the rest of the festivities had all the characteristics of degradation. I believe that covers everything. Nope, wait a second. I don't know why, but I enjoyed seeing that augmented beast roam free. I am certainly no expert or point of reference on this subject. Perhaps you are simply hard to impress. You are a rogue trader, after all. We could discuss something else? Yes, I've been looking for a chance to have this conversation. I must tell you something about my past, so that we might consider the matter closed. If you agree to hear me out, that is. It's about what really pushed me into the pit of anger. Remember that mission I told you about? The one that cost me my arm? It was Emerson who sold us out to the crime syndicate and compromised the raid. I was badly wounded in the fight, lying on the floor, barely alive. The rest of the squad had gone to scout the area, and Emerson stayed to guard me. He didn't notice that I was awake. He was talking over the Vox. He kept demanding bigger payment, and when he started giving our coordinates, I shot him in the back of the head. I figured that we weren't making it out of there alive, so I logged my final report, attached my Vox to Glato's collar, and told him to return to the headquarters. Then, I passed out again, and when I came to, I had already been captured. The heretics tortured me for days, but I held on until the exaction squad arrived. A special unit. Exaction squads are dispatched to track down and apprehend dangerous criminals. They were investigating Emerson's betrayal, and it had led them to the heretics' hideout where I was being held prisoner. I was right by their contact's corpse. They had to know how I found them out and what else I knew about them. They tried to beat the answers out of me, tried long and hard. I kept my mouth shut because I knew that the second I started talking, they would dispose of me. I could throw pretty words at you about how I went through the Injunctor card to know my mind, or prayed to the Emperor, but I did pray, and I was well trained to tolerate pain, but every arbitrator has their limit. When I was almost broken, what helped me through was hatred. I kept recalling that bastard's face and smothered any base thoughts I had about welcoming death again and again. Hours of agony, hours in the whirlpool of pure rage. I was put under investigation, but was cleared of the charges and assigned to piety without Glato. The most corrupt high world in the Drusis marches. 2 years among the vilest dregs of humanity. It was a test, and I passed. I got my promotion, got Glato back. But after Emerson's betrayal, I was never the same. I know. Firmly. It was your words that pulled me out of that darkness, and you have my gratitude. My faith has overpowered my disappointment and hatred. It is true that people are weak and full of vices, but that's not what's important. All that matters is that the letter of his law is perfect and that it guides me. His word and nothing else. You need not concern yourself with Glato. I recently finished checking all his protocols. His responses are instantaneous. I cannot pretend I haven't missed his companionship. He did send a message, and the phrasing was unusually heartfelt. Solomorne Anthar, you are hereby restored to your rank of Proctor. Never allow even a shadow of dishonor to fall on your uniform again. Every word? You don't know the Marshal that well, so you can take it from me. Good. It is about time we changed the subject. You know where to find me, Rogue Trader.
Done.
You're the last person I would want to try for stealing the tithe. Only the rogue trader, due to his unique status, has the authority to remove any...
Your cries of mercy.
Crush them!
Lex is inescapable.
Hold on! Let's get to it. Let's make it quick!
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath you. Fortune favors the swift. If it serves your cause. If I must.
Executed. One less.
Get ya! My Karamite hide destroy! Go for battle. Our foes reek of cowardice. None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father. Wolves rage!
I will do my duty. Someone else can do this. Victory is imminent. One fewer target. It will be done.
I challenge you, damnget! By claw and fang, the foe will be torn asunder! So shall it be. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! Die in disgrace! See how... None can do this. I will carve runes out of your bones. Corpse play.
At your beck and call.
Let's make it quick.
We've got a job to do, Glato. I'll take it as a priority. Let's test our skills, Glato.
Momentum.
Explorers know one route. Forward. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Running binary right. Request approved.
Here we go. Hold on.
I understand your intent. This tedium is beneath me. Swift and silent.
with your blood in the name of Kaela Menshake!
I move swiftly to strike. I am not your Xenos. If it serves your cause.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
It won't take long.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
I did fine. It's about time. I'll lay claim to the stars.
Is it wargled or a trap?
Victory awaits!
Hunt brothers, take heed.
I rise to the occasion. It's about time!
I am registering a violation of the standards of interaction with objects categorized as Imperial Tithe collected.
Strictly speaking, as long as I remain in the Rogue Trader's retinue, anything he acquires from the storage world is still in the custody of the Arbites. Throne, what do you want me to do? Set Glato on you all?
Excellence matters. I won't tolerate weakness. None shall stand in my way. challenge for me?
The Emperor is with...
I understand your intent.
You could do worse, but not by much!
If it serves your cause.
None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father! Wolves rage! Disgrace! I hunger for battle. Corpse play!
Let's get to it.
Skidja! My caravan is strong!
Mark the target. Accepted. One of us would be enough. Understood.
Not a problem for me. You didn't stand a chance. Nothing I can't do. All too easy.
Running my errand. My vow is to high momentum.
Already done.
Brace yourself, Avalon!
You will pay an even greater price.
See how the wolf succeeds? None can my hand is thunder! My strike is ruin!
Target eliminated.
Face the living weapon of the Lex!
Leto, we're undertaking this task. Let's test our skills, Leto. The order is clear.
Suits my purpose. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Not a problem for me.
I've suffered worse.
Running binary significant value.
I'll live another day.
I will do my duty.
Activate Force Mode Sacrament.
I won't tolerate weakness.
trust for my sharp senses.
The machine gun grants me insight.
You are going to do battle with them. In this crude vessel. enemies of humanity. The weakest point! Your chance, Elantak. I revel in the spectacle of their glittering ruin.
submit, and you'll die quickly!
For the Emperor!
But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally. Nothing stands against me. For the throne's glory. I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
Stay vigilant.
Not falter.
All too easy. Nowhere to hide. Nothing I can't do.
Wolves ready! So it shall be.
Already done. Suits my purposes.
By the wolf's eye, perish! Wolves, you become the All-Father's worthy instrument! So shall it be. Wolves play.
Understood.
See what a cyber-mastiff is capable of.
One of us would be enough. Glato, we're undertaking this task. Let's test our skills, Glato. I'll take it as a priority. Understood. Executed.
Follow my lead. Moving out! Yes, to the heretic!
My faith strengthens me.
Indeed. At your beck and call. An exemplary strike. It will be done. I took care of this one. Victory is imminent.
Icy bite of death! So it shall be! Thunder! My strike is ruin! See how the wolf succeeds! By claw and fang, the foe will be torn asunder! Will carve runes out of your bones!
Alas, no. Naturally.
Yeah!
For the throne. I won't object to it.
Judgment is final.
Nothing I watch and learn. All too easy.
Die in disgrace!
Eliminated. Rogue Trader. Understandable. That trial was unprecedented, as was its ending. Gregorus Strax used to be an outstanding servant of the Lex Imperialis, and I still cannot understand why he failed to recognize Voltur as an enemy. I'm inclined to believe that Strax had grown too distant from the Lex Imperialis. The letter of his law holds all the answers and solutions, but Strax faltered in his judgment and turned to Voltur for advice. His waning faith made him blind and led him to a predictable and ignominious end. The Marshal's removal is sure to become a test of the Arbites' spirit, but I believe in the Arbitrator's perseverance. We were taught to do our duty, no matter the circumstances, and even while we are leaderless, the Lex Imperialis will guide us through. Other than unerring service? Actually, I've been thinking a lot lately about how the Creed stands farther from the God Emperor than the Lex Imperialis. I want his law to become the sole pillar of faith for the arbitrators. I wish to guide them, not only as a marshal, but also as a preacher. I've decided not to subject him to yet another procedure. The protocol that was making him conduct surveillance has been stopped after all. We might have need of this function someday, but for now, it has been disabled, into the void with it. So do I. Do you wish to talk about something else? You know where to find me, Rogue Trader.